Time o'clock on a Saturday. The regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me, making love to his tonic and gin. song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody. You've got us feeling alright. Oh wait, where's my mic on?
Welcome. It It's time to get started. Finally, it's time to get started. Ooh boy. Okay. How many minutes has it been? Oh, it's a lot longer than I thought it was gonna be. I have it spawning objects at a rate of 1 every 2 seconds over the course of 17 minutes. Originally, I was like, oh, 300 for 10 minutes. That's not bad. Let's do that. So now there's about 500 objects in here, I think. Let's see. 17 times 60 divided by 2. Yeah, 510-ish objects. Probably 520, really, because there were a couple seconds. Anyway, let's clean that up. Thankfully, I did everything in play mode. I know last time I was... working on trying to fix picking things up and putting things down, because there were weird happenings. But I've also realized that I'm still in, like, the prototyping phase of things, so maybe I shouldn't be fine-tuning things just yet. So instead, I'm going to make, I think, the ball one here, the ball station. Or maybe I'll make a third station. I am going to modify one of the children so that I can walk up to it, interact with it, and it will take an object from the player's hands and then return an object to them. So that way we have a way to clean some of these things up. Is this still a problem? I don't know how it wouldn't be. Apparently it's not a problem anymore. That's pretty cool. Oh, there we go. I broke it. Coding by coincidence. Coding by coincidence. Ah! I forgot I had another tab on my channel. This is supposed to be on my stream manager. Oh, I got a new emote too. I have a new emote. It's angry. I made that with my own 2 feet. It went through a lot of redraws. First time that I drew it, my file got corrupted and I had to start over. And then the second time, the second draft, I guess, that I did, I merged all the layers and then saved the file and closed Clip Studio. So then at the third draft, I had to redraw it again. Thank you, Panini. I think it looks pretty good. There are some things I think I'd still like to fix about it, but it would kind of ruin the detail on it, I think, if I did, because I want that border that goes around the outside. The reason that you don't see part of it is because that's the edge of the canvas and it couldn't put the border on there. But I tried one with the border going all the way around, and it was too small. You couldn't really tell what it was. So I decided to forego it and just leave the border kinda half on. Eventually, maybe I'll commission somebody that actually knows how to make emotes to freshen them up. But I figured at least the first set it'd be nice to have them be done by me. I also use thicker lines. I forgot what the original value here was. Oh, it was 15. Righto, let's get started. So we've got let's make the ball task object. Sorry, the ball station. Did I make children for this? I don't think I made any children. I never made any children. Okay, well, let's make a child class of this then. We'll call this Sticky Keys. We'll call it Sticky Keys. It's gonna make that script and it's gonna call it new behavior now. Let's call it feedable station, maybe. I don't know if feedable is a word. Yeah. Capable of being fed. There we go. I ran into a problem last stream where I forgot to stop streaming after I was done. And it was like a good stint of time. It was like 15-20 minutes of me just rambling and like walking around my apartment. So I unpublished it and I re-uploaded a video of it without the without that bit. So if you're looking for the previous VOD, it's a highlight actually. Bum, bum. Okay, there we go. So let's make a new station. I'm going to grab prefab for that. We're gonna put it right here maybe. And I want to turn it around, so we're going to rotate it. I wonder what the difference between 180 and negative 180 is. I assume there's some sort of mathematical difference between them. I mean, one's negative, obviously, but I guess if you're looking at it on a sine wave, it would be at this point. If this is your 0 y-axis, it'd be over here. But if it was positive, it would be over here. So mathematically, there's probably some problems with that. But not for my purposes. Hello, CT. Welcome. Well, come in. A Streech. Okay, I can Streech. I will Streech myself. I'll Streech twice. I'll Streech twice. I'll reach for the sky. You're just redeeming everything, aren't you? How are you doing, CT? I hope your evening is going well. Streak complete. I have not saved my files, actually. It's a good idea. And a hydrate, too. I nearly hydrated my lungs. Whew. I'm good at swallowing. Had a long gaming session? Oh my. What were you playing? Was it, are you still in Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk. I've got to get back to Uru tomorrow. Back to Uwu. You're playing Siege. Okay, okay. Siege looks like it could be fun. But I've never played it. I've seen a lot of gameplay of it. Shobi plays it a lot, actually. I wonder if the feedable nature of a station should be part of the regular station class. Feedable station being an extension of normal station sounds like a good idea. But then if I end up making children of this, that's like 3 children deep, which I guess isn't terrible, but that sounds like it could lead to being messy very quickly. Hope I'm doing well. I am doing okay. I woke up kind of late. It was like near 10. And then I just kind of laid in bed for another like 30 minutes after that. And then I got up and ate breakfast. Ah. Tea is hot. Let's see here. Siege is fun if you play it with friends. Like an Overwatch group or a Counter-Strike communication type game. Yeah. Because you're... I mean, I guess it is basically a more condensed version of Counter-Strike, isn't it? It's Counter-Strike, but it's more vertical. Vertical Counter-Strike. And I guess there's classes. It's a class-based Counter-Strike. But I'm pretty sure the point of it is you are trying to stop a bomb from going off, isn't it? A SWAT game. Yeah, okay. Like a Ready or Not. Or SWAT. I thought it'd be interesting to play one of those SWAT-based games. They look really interesting because you have to. Well, you don't have to, I guess. if you want to do really well in it, you have to like actually kind of work as a cohesive unit. You can't just go in guns blazing. You have to be tactical with your equipment. Wait, are you comparing it to Overwatch because it's class-based? This is a TF2 household. I ask you to refrain from using such derogatory language as Overwatch. I used to play Overwatch, that's fine. Overwatch is fun. Although they kind of lost me with Overwatch 2. I know that there were probably problems with development, but I wish they would have just said that. Instead of saying like, oh, here's the game, guys. It doesn't have anything that we told you we were putting in it. It's the exact same game. Buy it again, though. I know there were they probably did some network and engine changes. They might have rewritten the engine, given how long they. Long ago, it was a realistic type game that the gadgets that make sense. Oh, so that the gadgets that you were using made sense. I mean, they still kind of make sense. It's a little bit more arcadey than it was, but for Siege. Now it's an odd hero shooter. Oh, it is an odd hero shooter. It's a more realistic hero shooter. Oh, hold on, I have to tally the counter. Oh no, wait, hold on, my bot's not up. That's not gonna work. This almost happened last time. This is the situation that Hunter described me doing last time. Let me turn my bot on. I knew I was forgetting something this morning. It was waking up. And then also I forgot to turn my bot on. Bum, ba-dum, boom. I know there are some more fantastical, I guess, approaches to the heroes, to the technology that's in Siege. I know there's a lot of like hacking stuff now. Dude, run into a wall, break it. Yeah, there's a lady with a hologram. Yeah. It's gone sort of like a realistic, cyberpunkish future. Okay, now the bot should be up and working and connected. No? Oh, maybe it'll listen to it in a second. Sometimes it takes a little bit. There it is. I do not have roll the dice. Not yet. I'm working on a roll the dice. My plan is to... I had an idea to make like a user specific command or like a set of commands or whatever that I could use that would like let them basically have a character sheet that exists within the bot's code or whatever, and it could have it like print out and into JSON files or whatever, so it always has the information and it can keep everybody's character sheets up to date. But it's entirely in the Twitch chat. It sounds like it might be kind of cumbersome, either A, to make, or B, to use, but I think it'd be an interesting idea. Sam Fisher is part of the group now? Like, actually Sam Fisher, or just a hero that's like Sam Fisher? It is cumbersome to use or to make? Oh, it's a cool idea. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. Huh. It is actually Sam Fisher. Oh, man. Alright. Okay. Oh. Thank you for your blesses. Let's see here. I'm calling all of these directly. I don't know if that's a good idea. That probably could be cleaned up a little better, but I won't worry about that right now. Although that might come back to bite me if I don't worry about it right now, but we'll see what happens. I've rewritten systems before, I'll do it again. Let's on trigger, wait, that's on trigger exit. This is what I need. On player interaction is where it would be changing, so I should probably make I should override that. Is this virtual? It's just not virtual. But if I'm calling it based on station, it's only going to call the base. It's only going to call what the parent does. So I'll have to add a way for it to determine which child type it's working with as well. I think. I could instead actually have an event that the child assigns to that the parent always calls. Okay, maybe I make feedability just a base part of station instead. Well then what's the point of having a child class for these stations if I'm only ever going to call it by station. I guess the child would be the one to define these things. Anyway. So all of this would be child defined. And I can just have it. I can make on-player interaction an event. This is sort of the default functionality, though. It would be a waste for me to put that in every single child and not just have it in the base class. We're getting brain thinking now. Not every station's going to be feedable, but some of them will be. I think a majority of the stations will be feedable. So maybe this is just base functionality, but it has the ability to be turned off. If I have a Boolean called feedable. I'd have to have information about the player for this. I mean, I guess I could pass the player. Into this function. I could say player. Or rather, I actually don't need all of that, so I can say bool. Just give it the one thing it needs. And I might eventually make restrictions on which types of things can go into which types of station. Like you can't put a breadstick inside of a ball spawning station because it doesn't do that or whatever. Those materials don't correlate. I should probably go play some party games at some point. Yeah. That's a little better. Whew. have to go buy a bunch of party games if I want to do that though. I know Shobi introduced me to one called Bronzebeard's Tavern at one point. It looks pretty interesting. That one's also kind of like Overcooked, I think, really. But it's more like Diner Dash, I guess. Go make the food, and then you have to serve the food to the customers before they get angry at you for taking too long, essentially. Oh. Oh, why did it do that? Why did I make that a guard clause? I can just add this up here. Yeah. So we don't want it to do anything if held object is equal to null, and it will be by default. Hey CT, who did the emotes that you guys have with the bouncy? Because they're all a similar style, so I assume it's all the same. It's either a template or it's all the same artist. It's gonna be one or the other for here. There we go. Nice and tidy. I could probably make an event in the player. How would picking things up and putting them into a station function event-wise? The player has an object, the task object. And if they walk up to a station and they press the interaction key, I need it to take the object away from the player. We don't have animations yet, but the player's animation would probably change from holding things to not holding things. I need to take the object that is... I need to delete it. I need to destroy it. I need the station to tell the object to kill itself. And does the object do the killing, or does the station do the killing? I feel like the object would be destroying itself. But the player is going to have to make a lot of adjustments because of the object being destroyed. So the station shouldn't destroy the player's object. The player should destroy the object because they've put it into the station. So the player, upon interaction with the station, would destroy the task object and also clean up anything inside of its own script that says this task object is the thing that I'm holding. Player give object. Is give object Oh, you're saying make something called player give object. Don't know, I just got here. This is basically, I guess, a give object. It's me trying to figure out how to get the player to... I want them to be able to have an object in their hands and basically insert it into one of the stations. Also, welcome, Jay. I want them to insert an object into a station, and then that station, or rather the player, will destroy the object, I think, by inserting it into the station. And then that'll also allow them to clean up anything that says they're holding the object. A give with an accept object for the station. So it's more of a handshake in that scenario? That could work out. Yeah, that sounds right. Just based off of my initial understanding, I guess, of what that might entail. Okay, well, that's not helpful, but I can figure that out, I think. That way the station can only accept specific objects, thinking multiple station types. Okay, that does solve future problems then. That is the future proof. I can have it check for... I guess it would probably end up checking for things that it doesn't have in its list, whichever's greater. It would ignore. Whichever's least. Lower. Fewer. Oh, I titled today's stream aptly, didn't I? I don't really have a... I mean, I tried to make a child class for it, but I think this is going to be... The actual taking of the object is going to be sort of a common thread between the stations. So it's probably going to be in the base class. But I'm going to try to make it... I'm going to try to make it malleable, I guess, enough that I can feed it information, so that way I can just call station object. I can just call station instead of the specific type of station. I might eventually have to call the specific type of station. I haven't gotten that far yet, though. Currently, I have ball and bread. I have dick and balls. Okay. So the player would call... Currently I just have an overarching on-player interaction function. Although, that's a good point. Why am I passing these through like this? I shouldn't be passing this through. The player is going to be the one calling this anyway. Why don't I just do the check before I call the function? I seem to recall a triple nested child either being problematic or not super possible from what I've tried, or at least not recommended. Because I did try to do that. That was one of the last things I attempted to do while I was at work. And something went wrong with it, but I don't exactly remember what. Oh, whoops, not the task after I get someone I wanted. That's not what I want at all. How do I have the... having the station call, like... or having the player run a give function. Wouldn't that give function just call the station's accept function? But I feel like it should be more of a listen and response, right? That sounds more like a send message type thing, but I don't want to use send message. Because as far as I've read, send message is old and slow. And I don't remember if it was expensive or not, but I think slow implies expensive. I mean, I guess it could be event-based. On event. On give, it assigns something to station. But then when does station run the accept? Station should only run the accept when the player runs the give. Oh, there's ads. Oh, they're not actually playing. Okay, I thought I missed the window of the ads, the ad warning. It's not showing up in chat again for some reason, at least not for me. Oh wait, there it is. It's showing up in my manager, but it's not showing up in OBS. Interesting. 30 seconds. Until advertisements. I mean, I guess if I'm using the triggers as sort of the player enters the trigger of a station. Now the player has access to that station directly. I did, Jay. Yo. I have like a 12-hour playthrough VOD of Riven. I played through the whole thing in one sitting and I regretted every second of it. I regretted, okay, sorry, I didn't regret every second of it. I liked playing it. I regretted how I went about finishing it though. Because that day, oh, ads are about to start soon. I might not, maybe I shouldn't get too far into this conversation. I'll wait until they're done. They should be starting pretty soon. Actually, sometimes it just doesn't give people ads. I've yet to figure out when that actually happens. Or why. I guess sometimes it just doesn't work. Is player holding object? I could have it work in here. Or I could have this call the accept. But then why would this call the accept? Listen and response. Unity. Listen and response. Object handoff? That's probably way too. Let's just call it give to take object. Hey, there we go. We're done with ads. No spoilers, but I'm currently stuck on getting to Tay, figuring out new numbering system, I suppose. Ah. Yeah, the new numbering system's a little tricky. I actually still don't entirely know. I didn't find a pattern. Maybe there is one, but I didn't recognize a pattern for how it worked exactly. Unfortunately, the I had to do a little looking up. I had to do a little walkthrough-y hint. I didn't want the actual solution. I wanted to figure that out, but I did have to look at a walkthrough for the last bit. Just because I decided to do it all in one sitting, and I then remembered that I had a meeting that same day. Is that why you're... Yeah, a little bit. I had a meeting that same day. The meeting, when I started that last puzzle, it was in... I had a meeting that was starting in like 45 minutes, I think, when I got to that last puzzle. And I was like, I can't just sit here and like try to figure this out, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to like try to get myself unstuck faster than I currently am. So I had to go look something up, and I spoiled myself a little bit. I got a bigger hint than I was bargaining for. So I was like, okay, well, that basically just allowed me to unravel the rest of the puzzle, which it's nice, I guess, for time's sake, but I wish I had just figured it out. I stared at the paper for a solid hour. I could have. The reason that I kept going is because I thought I was going to finish the game faster than I actually did, too. But then I realized by the end of it, I could have just done an entire second day and it would have been fine. Let me open up Clip real quick. I'm gonna do a little... Ah! Kulu, no! Let's do a little visualization of the object handoff here. Whiteboarding. Yippee. No sidetracking. You're cruising up until that point? Yeah. I love the new puzzles, honestly. Finding the things that go along with the totems it's pretty good, I think. It's a little tricky in spots, but I think it's pretty okay. I liked it. In the end, I liked it. In the moment, I was frustrated, but in the end, I liked it. think they made some good changes. I do too. It's it was changed enough so that they didn't, so that new players could still figure things out without needing to know things from the previous game, and also give old players that were returning a bit of a fresh experience. It was still nice and new and neat. Right, so I'm gonna do a little bit of whiteboarding here, just maybe to see if I can figure out a good plan for this system before I start trying to write code in. I do just want to go in and write code, but if I don't whiteboard it, I'm probably just going to write like 4 functions and then delete them all. And then try to write like 3 or 4 more functions and then delete them all. You're like, no, that's not gonna work. I'd rather, you know, measure twice, cut once. I'd rather measure 4 times and then cut 8 times. That background's really bright. Let's fix that. What? In the butt. What are you whatting? What do you mean? I don't understand. Are you okay, Hunter? Oh wait, hold on. That reminds me. There we go. I actually never deleted the previous one, so I didn't have to remake it this time. Okay. Go away. Go away. It was a reverse Lenny face, by the way, Hunter. I don't know if you know what a Lenny face is. Okay, alright. A Lenny face is I think it's like this. Sorta. I did. You don't know what a Lenny face is. Hey, maybe I'll look up an actual picture of a Lenny face. Oh, I did draw it kind of wrong. Can I... Oh, I can copy it. No, don't. T for text, you silly Billy. That's a Lenny face. It's an old emote made out of... ASCII characters? I don't know what language it is, but they're different language characters. That's right. Yeah, one of those, like a table flip. I think the oh whoa and the ooh woos kind of came from there as well, but less so. So we have player, we have task object. I'm just going to call it object here. We have player, we have object, we have station. I'm familiar with the idea of turning ASCIIs into faces. I just never heard of Lenny. No, it's because you didn't know the Lenny face specifically. That's why I'm disappointed. That's like a staple of our time on the internet. Just like Hatsune Miku. Oh, good. They finally shipped my ear cups after saying that they were gonna do it on Friday, and that everything was good to go. So now I won't have deflated ear cups. Kind of. I have the same ones that I have now. I haven't grown at all. Although my ears have grown outward, I guess. I need to grow my hair out a little bit more so that it can cushion my ears from the headphones. If I get long hair, then I can then I can just like stuff it in the ear cups and use it as a buffer. Someone's gotta get this man a coconut. I can be Coconut Head. Do I need to actually give the object? Well, I guess if I give the object to the station knows exactly which object it's working with, which I do like the sound of. Player give object to station. Station destroy object. Or, sorry, take object. Take object, do something. Take object if accepted type. Does the player have existing inventory of objects? And no, it's going to be more of the player can pick up and hold, I guess their inventory is one object. They can hold one task object right now. I might upgrade it so that they can hold multiple things later, but for now it's just the one. I haven't made an inventory system for it. I don't know if I'd ever make it that they can pick up things besides task objects either. I might make an overarching parent class called just like object or interactive object that the player can interact with, and then there's a child of that is task object that can do specific things maybe. That might come in the future, but for right now it's just task objects. I just realized that same message in the chat pops up when I'm just playing video games. Which, I mean, I guess I'm working on the game by playing it. I'm making progress. But I'm not, like, making the game. This isn't optional. This is situational. Turn new object. Station needs to create a new object of new type. Correct. That's what I'm going to be testing here today anyway, but I think there are going to be objects that you can put in the stations that don't return things. At some point. Right now we are going to have it return an object, yes. And it's going to have to know, it's going to have to instantiate a new object of whatever type it needs to know. So it's going to need to know what objects it can create, and it's going to have direct references to like prefabs and stuff that it can work with, I guess, in that scenario. There might be hold on, what's a factory? What's a factory do? Factory design pattern. Factory method is a creational design pattern that provides an interface for creating objects in a superclass. Oh, hold on. Allows subclasses to alter the type of objects that will be created. Imagine you're creating a logistics management application. The first version of your app can only handle transportation by truck, so the bulk of your code lives inside the truck class. After a while, your app becomes pretty popular. Every day, you're receiving dozens of requests from sea transportation companies and to incorporate sea logistics in the app. Great news, but what about the code? Currently, most of your code is coupled to the truck class. Adding ships to the app would require making changes to the entire code base. Moreover, if you later decide to add another type of transportation to the app, you'll probably need to make all of these changes again. Those are just children. Okay, factory didn't do exactly what I thought it was going to do, I guess. Here, hold on. Here's the page I'm looking at for that, by the way. I don't know if this is exactly... I don't think this is handling the current problem I'm working with, but I think this might end up being... This might end up being important for the stations themselves. Because if I am going to have children of the station class that create different objects based on specifically what station they are and what you feed into them, it might be nice to have that done with a factory pattern. So I'll leave that up over here for right now. I'll approach that in a second. The factory pattern might be useful for doing the creation of these, but how I tell it, what it has access to, I think is probably going to be a little primitive right now. I don't like that. let's move that word to the next line. Actually, wait, hold on. I'm using a computer. So the station will need references to the task objects that it can produce. I assume that the stations... My current theory for how this is going to work for the station creating the object is it's not going to give the object to the player. It's going to work itself autonomously, basically, and then it will just spit the thing out onto the ground. Because if it's round, that could be really funny for the players to try to go chase it away. The object in this scenario, I don't think really does much, actually. Do you do anything? The object is held, I guess. I don't think the object ever really does anything in this scenario. The only thing that I need is the communication between the player and the station. And that communication, just basically, the player tells the station, I'm giving you an object. The station says, okay, what type of object is it? It's this? Alright, I can't do anything with that. And then it just doesn't take it. Or it says, oh, it's this? Yeah, I can take that. And then it does all of this. So the object doesn't do anything here. The object might destroy itself. This, like, the station might call destroy object on the object. But I don't think the object needs to clean anything up. The player needs to clean what it's holding up, but it does that with the give. Object should maybe have a new owner or null. Could be player or station. Well, if the... I guess I don't know that in every scenario the object is going to be destroyed. So we will give it to the station. The station will then hold it as its parent. So it'll go player holds object, gives object to station, take object if accepted type, and then object. I think the station would be the one setting the object's parent, though, in this case. It would say, hey, object, I'm your new parent. It would tell, I guess, the object to change its parents. It would call a function inside of object called change parent or something like that. That would then the object can handle, because the object, the task object script that we're getting isn't on the actual parent object for the prefab. It's on a lower object, which is something that I might change later. But for now, that's how it works. So for now, the station would have to, it would be wise for the station to tell the object, hey, make me your new parent. And then the object can say, okay, hey, head object of this hierarchy, your parent is now station. And it'll say, okay. Okay, what am I gonna do about it? I'm just an object. I'm empty. Changes parents to station. This will have to be like a hide slash move slash destroy object. I'm just gonna OBJ that one. So when we take the when the station takes the object, it'll tell the player that it's taking it. Well, it won't tell the player. It's just it'll take it. It'll tell the object, I'm your new parent, and then it'll do whatever it needs to do. I guess if the object needs to move, the object itself should handle that. It should set the parent and then move. Because the player would call that 2 on the object when they pick it up. That's true. They do already call that, actually. It's... I think it's just called pick up. On player interact or something like that right now. Yeah, it's just on player interaction. My interactions are all generic at the moment. They're not split up into different interaction states, I guess, at the moment. So I guess I need to... Oh, ads are happening in about probably 10 seconds at this point. 15. So I guess I need to make a... I need to make a system for knowing which interaction the player is doing. I guess I could technically just do it inside of a generic interaction function, but I'd need it... If it does it inside of a generic interaction function internally, it's going to have to determine whether it is doing just a normal pickup or whether it's like being applied to a station, or whether it's the player interacting with the station to try to put something in. So player interaction might just be player interaction, and then it's just a big conditional statement, but I really don't like the idea of it being a conditional statement. I'm going to have conditions, obviously, somewhere. But making it just be one big condition statement sounds gross. I can make it be a condition statement that is kind of split up. The condition calls functions that then do their own thing, so it's a little less messy. Oh, there's a button unbuttoned on my shirt. What the heck? There was a, one of my... Oh, wait, you can't hear me, I don't think yet. Unless you don't have ads. Sometimes that doesn't happen. I'll wait until the timer's done anyway, just in case. Where's clip? Make an interaction state system. There was a rather infamous thing that I did on one of the first products I ever made for the company I used to work for, where oh, actually, there are two infamous things, but I'll get the second one's less applicable. I had to handle a bunch of different interactions, and they had a specific setup that they wanted me to kind of use, and I couldn't figure out how to get that specific setup to work with how they wanted the actions to be applied. So I ended up writing a really long multi-nested condition. It worked. Like, in the end, it worked. But it was really messy to look at. And I called it like the great, it was like the great feature condition statement or something like that. And I have got a comment above it that just says, "Behold." It's one of the natural wonders of the world. Tis a shame. I think you've actually seen it, Vanini. Didn't you see it? Because you worked on that game at one point. Don't say the name. Don't say the company. It's awful. I hated it. And then there's the other time where I broke timescale in a different game. It's a shame. Fair enough. I broke time scaling on one game because I decided we were using a tweening system, and we decided that I had decided that, wait, have I been using a pen? No, I've been using a brush. Okay. I decided I was going to be clever, and I tried to use recursion, and I decided to try to use recursion, I think, with the tweening system, and that ended up breaking timescale to the point where everything lasted the amount of time that I wanted it to last. So even if you sped things up, it would still go for the same period of time. So it would play the animation really fast and then just chill for for about 5 seconds, and then it would continue, so you couldn't speed through things. Testing was abysmal on that game. And now I know not to do that. Live and learn. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow. This kind of seems like an okay idea. I've just got to figure out how to get it to do that. Alrighty, Vanini. I hope your balls spawn properly. Thanks for coming by. They do the push well too. Oh, okay. Good news. This is really good out of context conversation. Do you guys ever do what I'm doing right now, where you're like trying to think of something, so you just start like retracing the letters that you already wrote? Like, oh man, that's not a perfect stroke. Let me fix that up real quick. I could make that letter more clear. It ends up distracting me from actually doing the thinking that I was meant to do, though. when I do that. So it's not a good habit to have. Let's break that right now. I think that this is an okay idea. We're gonna need to definitely have the stations know the type of thing that they're getting and work with that. But I don't actually have multiple... I don't have multiple task objects based by children, I don't think. No, I made dummy child classes for them. I have dummy child classes for the task objects. They don't have anything in them, but they are children of the base class, and that is what the current task objects that are being spawned are using. They're creating instances of the children classes. So I can probably base it off of those. I might need to make some enums so that it's something that I can actually tell other objects and classes. They have something a little more comparable to work with other than what the script is. Tags. The tagging system, actually. No. Maybe not. Because with the tagging system, I just have it kind of generic at the moment. I want it to know that it's a task object. I don't want to have to make tags for every single type of object, though. So probably an enum for that. So then I can actually make a comparison with the enums, and it's less expensive to actually make that comparison, other than... It's less expensive than it would be to try to figure it out without the enum, I think. Read the name of the script and parse it out or something. Do I already have an enum for task object types? I do. Look at me go. Never mind. Don't need to do this step. Or here, you know what? Done. Mark it off the list. The stations are going to need a reference to the object, so those will be prefabs. I don't want to... Maybe I can make a utility that can hold the prefabs in case I need to use them somewhere besides a station. So that utility will basically allow whatever accesses it to spawn task objects. It'll be a task object spawner. And then a station can say, hey, spawner, spawn a thing. Spawn a thing at this location, at my location. Player may be able to craft something with an object not need a station. Exactly. I might just I plan on there being explosions in the game. Maybe an explosion happens and it because the object is like not resistant to heat or whatever, or heat, if it interacts with heat it would do something, so I would make it change into a different object. So I'd have to have it spawn a bunch of the other objects in. Explosions are funny. Well, not in real life, I guess. Explosions are terrifying in real life. I don't know if I still need... I don't know if I need the interaction state system. It would be nice to know... I think there's just going to have to be some conditions, but I'll have to try to consolidate them in a way that I don't have to repeat the condition checks per child. I need to make that generic somehow. Okay, so maybe... I think hide, move, destroy object actually goes under the object itself. And then this can also do this, and then it does this. But this is like a 1, 2, 3, I think, in terms of priority. So once it has control of the object and it's done what it needs to do visually to the object, then it starts performing its actions. Or its tasks. We've made a flowchart. I'm actually going to erase this bottom one. It might be useful. If it is, I have an undo key that I think isn't time-based. So maybe it'll work. Okay, let's poot. Let's toot poot. Now, I think the question that I still need to answer is the give and take handshake. How is that going to work? I don't know if that's going to necessarily be a handshake. I mean, it will be a handshake. The player is going to try to give the station the object. But the stations, I don't think they can just listen for a give to go off. They're going to need to have some way to run their take function. And I don't think the player calling it directly would be amazing. And who's to say that players can't give objects to other players? So would the give method is going to need to be, I guess, generic enough to the point where I can sneak that in later if I want. I want the player to be able to give something that it's holding. Only certain things will actually be, they'll actually do anything when you try to give them what you're holding. But giving a thing what you're holding shouldn't be limited exactly to things that you can try to give things to. I think shouldn't be limited. I can definitely have the give command or the give method, and then I can have it get past a either a collider, or I could just make overloads for it, I guess, for the different objects that you can give things to. One that accepts a station, one that accepts another player, one that accepts some third thing that I haven't thought of yet. And then it will, those individual overloads will handle the specific things that it needs to do for those specific objects that we're interacting with. But they can all individually call another more generic function that does pretty much the same thing to all of them, just that the starting point's going to need to be different. Like if we have I'll make this private give and we'll say collider object to give to. Oh, but the overload's gonna have to be of a different type, isn't it? That almost seems like it would be the opposite situation, where give is going to be an overarching function that determines what type of thing that it's messing with. I shouldn't need to do that, though. This is already, if this is being run inside of this update up here, the player already knows the type of thing that it's messing with because I've already done a tag comparison. I don't need to do that again. Spiderweb is slowly expanding. We've only got another hour before I can before my brain will stop working. I'll get into analysis paralysis and then I'll just go play Monster Hunter. So in this, I can make a give that accepts task object, or it would accept station in this case, and then it would do something like station dot take. Or it would do, I guess that all depends on what the generic give does. Just be an object. What is give even doing? Give is going to try to I guess it would be more like try give. Hello. What does giving mean? The player is going to have to contact the thing that it's trying to get. It has, we're assuming that it has already been in contact with the thing that it's trying to give. It's up here, say. And it's going to try to do a give. And that's going to be this. Is this even necessary? Or is the on-player interaction call enough? Because then I would assume that it would do like station to give to dot try take, basically. And it would I would pass it held object. Hello, Zushi. Welcome in. I will do those things that you tell me to do. Hydrate. My posture is actually kind of messed up right now because I have a graphics tablet in front of my keyboard and I'm typing. I need to get a better lumbar support. I think I've already said that. I'll never do it. It'll be fine. I'll just have back problems. Ooh, raise the counter. Oh yeah. No. No wacky backy. I will have a wacky backy. I already have a wacky backy, actually. Sitting down for 16 hours a day will do that. Oh, and I didn't save. I will save. There we are. I feel like, yeah, I feel like an extra give command's gonna be redundant. Or give, I feel like an extra give function is gonna be redundant. Maybe. How are you doing, Zoosh? Just got back from a long walk to help you clear your head so you can focus. Ah. So that you can do some more art? Oh no. How long until the convention? Need to get files ready for send off so you can get them on time? Or are these for like printing? Just over 3 weeks. Ooh. Ads are coming in about 20 seconds, by the way, for those of you that have them. 18 days, woof. Oh, it's July now. Where'd the year go? Nice. I've actually just remembered a thing that I need to send. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right. Done and done. Well, for now. It was a text message. By text message, I mean Discord. Which is text. I want the years to slow down, maybe. You texting my D&D group. I had a well, one of my D&D groups. We were trying to figure out a new day this week that we could do D&D, but my family I have a cousin that he's going away for a while, and so we're having a send-off party for him on the day that we decided to change D&D 2. They don't stop coming. Smash Mouth knew that what was going up. Yeah, times are going fast. The years start coming and they don't stop coming. And they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Is this all the give is? Then what does this do? On player interaction, I feel like on player interaction is basically the take in this scenario. I don't think it's called give, or it's called take, but I think it's just gonna hold. It's going to determine what the player is trying to do, basically. Like based on the current way that things are laid out, these are the things that I can do. Like this is the thing the player's trying to do. And if the player has something and is interacting with the station, they're trying to give the thing to the station. And if the station can't take the thing, then it'll just run its default, which is try to produce a thing. And if it can't produce anything, it just won't do anything. I feel like it's gonna, because they're gonna have multiple things that they can do with just a base station. Oh, but that was, I think, why I made this like it is, because I needed to know what type of station it was. I wanted to know what child class of the station it was, because they might have specific functionality in their interaction. Although I think at that point it's no longer a give function. I think it's a get station type kind of function. But that's so if I have I don't have a station type. I don't have a station type enum that I can work with yet. But it wouldn't be, I don't think give goes here. I think on player interaction is still the thing that gets called. However, I need to determine which on-player interaction I'm doing. Because then on-player interaction is the player's generic way of interacting with whatever it's trying to interact with. And then based on conditions, it will perform certain actions. It'll do certain things. Oh, that's a big yawn. Wee. I don't think that counts as 2. Let's up the timer. This command is available to people in the stream, by the way. Anybody feels like they want to do it for me, in case I forget. I should get some custom music for my stream and just have it be lo-fi. Then I don't have to play the copyright ones. Although then I've also got like one track that just plays for the entire stream. I like the live radio a little bit better because then we get a little variety. Let me go make a station type enum, I guess. Yeah, I know you can't compile. I know there are problems. You know what? You know what I'm gonna call this? I'm gonna make the ball we're gonna have a ball production station. And then we're gonna have a breadstick maker. Producer. I guess that's just production. What if I call it an oven instead? Because you oven the cold food about how to eat the food. Ball producer, breadstick converter. Converter will take an object. We'll say primarily. The lo-fi radio's kind of helping me. It's honestly, if I find if I play music with words in it, I have a harder time concentrating because I want to listen to the words or I want to sing the song. So this music's chill. It keeps the anxiety down. There's no lyrics, it's just music. Just instrumentals. I don't exactly know what instruments these are, but they're instruments. Synthesizer. I mean, I hear a piano in there that's distorted, I guess. It's probably a keyboard. There we go. Alright, I think that's a fun little... I've made definitions. Okay, so instead of on-player interaction, let's make private on station interaction. Oh, hold on, void. And it's going to take a station of type station. I'm going to have station store I'm back. Someone hit my air horns. Oh. I actually, hold on, wait. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on, wait. Oh, it's not in that one. I don't know how loud this is gonna be. Let me turn this down. There we go. That was a good volume? Okay, good. I turned it way down. I'm glad I had the foresight to hit the volume. We're gonna make this protected. Station type. Wait, hold on. Well, actually, yeah, station type, station type. There we are. And then we'll make the ball producer and the breadstick converter. It's really funny that I'm actually doing... Like, so far I'm making it, like, baking themed, and I said that it's based on Overcooked, but I don't... My final idea isn't cooking related. I don't know why I decided that it was going... I think I just made the breadstick, and I was like, that's definitely a breadstick. I think I called it a baguette to begin with. And what are baguettes if not really big breadsticks? Hope you guys joined for organization. I don't know why I opened the first one, because now it's just going to not work. It's not going to be there. There it is. It's gone. Hit up the Discord D&D chat one more time. Oh, yes, Tuesday still works. It's your... No, they are not killing him. Ooh, that's gonna be a late start. We can do that. A short session's better than no session, I think. Especially since we're all, like, not meeting in person. It's not super out of the way for... Where's my other... Did I never open it? I don't like feedable station. There's no feet. There's no feet here. We don't need a feedable station. There we go. Breadstick converter has entered the chat. Give me one second. Okay. Alright, so we have a ball producer, we have a station, and what these are going to do, are they are going to... Station type is equal to station type dot ball producer. So now I can tell, the player can look at a station and they can determine what type of station it is just by interacting with it, or attempting to interact with it. Which I imagine is very similar to how it works in real life. You look at a thing, you say, I recognize this thing, it's of this. It's this type of thing. And now you know what thing it is, so now you know how to better interact with it. Unless you've never seen it before, in which case, that's too complicated for what I'm doing, but you would have to, like, I guess, you'd have to do something, and then it would tell you what type of thing it is. Then it'd be like, oh, okay, it's this type of thing. Now I can marry this type of thing with how I used this type of thing, and now I know how it works. Oh, my clap wasn't really loud. No. Oh, I never made a... I meant to make a property for that, so that things could access it. Public station type. I could call this get station type, I guess, even though it's a property. No, I don't want to call it get. Get's a function name. That's gonna be confusing, though, I think. Call it station object type. And then we'll say case. Station type. Oh no, hold on. The colon goes here. Another case of station type dot. I hear you like this. Maybe that should work out. So now I can get the on-player interaction from each of these children instead. Because it will have... You know, I haven't tested this, I guess. This is just based off of memory that I have, which isn't super reliable. I'm fairly certain if I get station type of something, it won't allow me to access anything as child. It'll just give me station. It'll let me access things that are in station, but it won't let me access anything in the child because it doesn't know what type of things it has. Even though it's an extension of it. And I'm technically getting, I guess, the child too. Any of these permanent? No, none of these are permanent. Okay. It looks like ads will be coming up soon. I think it's actually a good point to take a little quick break. Get a refill on my water. Although my water's still... I still got a decent bit of it, but... Oh no, I'm low on water. Look at that. I have to go get water. I'll be back in a bit.
been here the whole time.
I don't actually know what that looked like. That might have just been my nose. I'm heating up some water right now. I want more tea, and I want it to be hot. Yay. Actually move my keyboard closer to me. Big shock. You don't know. Big shock. The tingle scrap. Skippity pop pop. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's my stream starting. I never read that, apparently. Did What's Their Face ever come back online? No, it doesn't look like it. Someone joined my server at one point, and I'm currently suspicious. So we're individually getting the on-player interaction. So let's call this on-station interaction. There we are. So now it will get the station, and then it will try to determine what type of station it is, so we can actually call the child class's on-player interaction. Instead of the parent. So now anything I do in here, if there isn't anything in the actual child, it will still call the parents anyway. Let's actually maybe give that a little test. Hold on. A bit of a problem here. I don't actually have anything that is using these classes. This is a ball producer. Direction instruction. Player detection zone is on the same thing. And its spawnable object is the ball. Shit. Then let's remove this. breadstick detector. Breadstick. So this, my current plan for testing purposes on this is that the ball will get inserted into the breadstick machine and it will convert the ball into a breadstick. Of course, that's not how it's going to work in the end of things, but it's a good test. I have the prefabs. I went and made Blender objects for these things. Like, I'm obligated to use them. Did I not, hold on, did I not, oh no, I did. Yeah, that's the test E. That's the test E. Fuck. Uh-oh, wait a minute, hold on. Is this gonna be too small? Oh, no, that's a decent size. Okay, let's give these a test. The interaction should work basically the exact same way that it currently does. Yeah. Yeah. Station is out of supplies. What do you mean it's out of supplies? I've given it 120. Okay. Current count is greater than or equal to object task limit. Task object limit, sorry. Its limit is 120. Its limit is 120. Yet it is out of objects. Oh, it switched over, but it didn't actually switch over. It's not greater than. Okay, so it should go. No, I'm just dumb. That's all. I understand the problem. Stop. Stop. Let's actually. I don't know why that did that. That's what I want. There we go. Now it's more of a positive condition check for the actual functionality that I wanted. I don't have to invert the things that I'm doing, I just invert the condition. Combinatorics. Oh, I picked one up. Get rid of it. That thing you're carrying? Get rid of it. I think it'd be really funny to add something where you can you can pick up a station. Carry it around. I do actually, picking up the stations and being able to move them might be fun. Just for if you want to reorganize your workspace. This is transitioning. If I do that, I'm seeing a path for transitioning from it being a party game to it just being kind of like a... I mean, I guess it could still be a party game, but it'd be more like just like a simulator kind of also. Like, just make your workshop. The day starts, you do the things during the day, and then by the end of the day, you have a chance to modify your workshop again however you want, and then the next day starts. You can purchase things, move things around. I think that is kind of how Overcooked works, actually. Or not Overcooked. Played Up. I think that's how Played Up works. Which Played Up is another thing that I'm taking inspiration from. Okay, so that did work out. It is grabbing the children, and it is still running the interaction instruction, or the interaction function from the parent, which is good. That is how I expected it to be. So now I need to add a, let's call it public void override. Or is it override void? I think it's override void. On player interaction. Yep. Oh, I'd already put the base in there. I don't know if I want it to do exactly everything the base is currently doing. I guess I'll have to make the base debug log. Because I still want it to do these things. Actually, this is the ball converter. Or the ball producer. Yeah, the ball producer I don't need this in, sorry. It's the breadstick converter that I want to do it in. Because on the breadstick converter, I still want it to be able to, like, spit breadsticks out, but I want it to do something different. I want it to check. I want it to handshake. Handshake. A player is trying to give me a thing. So I can give it held object. And if held object is equal to null, it'll just do nothing. Currently. I'm gonna have to add more booleans for turning things off so that I can do my funky spin and my timed spamming of printing things. This is going to need Whoops, I can't do... Why did I try that? Player's held object is what it will take if... Wait, hang on a second. This is going to be equal to null by default. If player... Okay, well... is equal to null. We're just going to... We're going to return for right now. And then we're going to take player's held object. Nope. I just want it to be take. Sure. Fine. We can name it the exact same thing. What was my... So I want to tell the object that I'm changing its parent. I then want to move it or destroy it or something. I could probably do a tween for that, but I don't have any tween systems installed right now. So I'll probably just teleport it away or destroy it at the moment. So we're going to take the object. We are going to say player's held object. There's a section of this that I forgot to handle. Which was specifically the reason that I was thinking about give after Jay had mentioned it, was that I need the player to remove all of the information about the object from themselves. They are no longer holding the object. It is free. They are free to pick other things up now. They're free. They are free. They're free. They're free. They're free. But how am I supposed to handle on-player interaction being triggered? And if the give isn't successful, I don't want to remove things from the player here. If they are holding an object and they interact with something, what if it's the wrong type? So maybe I have to do a check. I don't know, maybe on-player interaction can't be as generic as I currently have it. Maybe I need to do another condition check for... I do like a try give, maybe? And that runs... It tells the station, hey, check to see if you accept this object, and if the station returns false, then it doesn't go through with the give. So then the give can't ever happen at that point. Realistically, it would be the take that fails, not the give. But I feel like the results would be the same in this situation. And otherwise, it runs something else that the station can do. Architecture's hard. It's architecture. Tick task object. Pobeject. I should probably rename that a task object type. I love Visual Studio's rename feature. That's so nice. It just renames the script for me. I don't have to go do it. The whole file gets converted. This is going to be ball. This is my current brain thought. Is that we have a take task object that gets called, and then it checks to see if it can do that, and if it can, it'll do it, and it'll tell the player, I've successfully taken the thing. And then if it does successfully take the thing, then the player can respond and say, okay, the thing has been taken from me, I no longer have it. All of this information I have that says what the object is and that it is, that I am currently holding it, goes away. I can revert all that back to its default state. But the handshake is the problem that I'm having coming up with a solution for right now. Bum, 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 ba-na-na-na-na. Because I could just add it into the interaction. Plus, if I do something like that, I think I have to make a give for every station type so that I can properly check its take to make sure that it is taken correctly. Because every station's going to have a different take method that returns, or that has different conditions within it. I could make take something inside of station itself, but if it gets overridden in the child, it's going to run a different function. I have to get the child to run that function, I think. Which is probably a good thing to test. You know what? Let me... Breadstick converter. We've got an override for this. No suitable method found to override. What? Why not? It's virtual. It's void. Oh, it's because it doesn't take a player object. There we go. I don't think I need to tell it that it's equal to null for it to properly work. Looks like there's ads coming in about 20 seconds for those of you that might have them. Feel free to take your headphones off, walk away, get a snack, do something. Stretch, feed your dog, eat your cat. Actually, I guess I don't need to. Wait, doesn't it have? Oh, it's called take task object. You know, I thought I was writing that in breadstick converter, I think, to begin with. Eat your family. Okay, so the override should happen if I get the station. So let's just run. Let me double check to make sure. That this is exactly what I'm thinking it is. Fine, I'll go do it myself. Jesus. Oh, on station. Oh, I never gave it a default, that's why. Welcome back from the advertisements. I probably shouldn't have given it a default, honestly. It is the parent class. And most of the time, I'm probably going to be overwriting it unless it's just a generic producer. I don't think it's doing anything now. It's not even firing player has interacted with station. Hold on, let me print out a, hold on, debug.log. Well, pardon my begging. Okay, maybe not. Maybe the override in the child does work from the parent. Without knowing what the child actually is. I could have sworn in the past I've had to get the child, although I was working in an older version of C#, I think. And Unity. So maybe they've changed that somehow fundamentally. To where the parent, if the parent's function gets overridden, it'll call the child's instead. If it is a child that is getting the parent's instance from. Huh. What do you know about that? I will keep the switch case commented out there in case something seems to happen in the future that no longer fits what I'm experiencing. Oh, oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's get rid of all that and just go back to calling the one line then. Hey, that makes me happy. I'm just gonna comment out the whole function. I said... That still doesn't clear up the give versus the take. Because I'd like to do the give and then test the take on, but I don't know, on the station, but I don't know when I'm going to run the give specifically. I could do condition here. I could do a condition that just checks on player interaction, and then if it returns true, then I run whatever the removal stuff is. It's not exactly clear what's happening there, I don't think, though. It's like, okay, the player interacted with something and it returned true. It's not necessary. We think it's a station because we're inside the tag for station. If it was tagged properly, then it's definitely running on a station. So assuming that it is a station and it returned something, we can safely, it returned something that was true. It returned a Boolean, a true Boolean. Then we can safely assume that it was the player giving something to the station. It's not obvious, but it can be interpolated. Interpolation. sends me advertisements for the phone company that I have. I hate it. Who dares? That, like, dog barking in the background of this song sounds like one of those scanners from Half-Life 2 when you hit it. It's like, warp, 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 warp. Or maybe it's a man hack that I'm thinking of. I think it's a man hack. I'm actually gonna have to step away here for a second. I will be right back again. Sorry. I have returned. Surprise, it's me. You thought I was gone for good. Unfortunately for you and me both, I'm still here. Alright. Where did I leave off? I've got to get my bearings back now. I did just learn that I didn't actually need to go get the child class in order to do... the on-player interaction that is specific to that child. So I'm going to play now with using my generic on-player interactions method to communicate between the player and the station of what's happened. I feel like a Boolean might be a little light on what I want it to do if it succeeds versus if it fails. It's also a little unclear whether... It's also a little unclear initially, I guess, what it's returning the Boolean for. Like I could obviously put in a summary and it would bring it up in the tooltip, but I would like it to be a little bit more of an obvious give and take interaction. For now, I'm going to roll with what I have. And maybe I can determine a better way to handle a give and take interaction later. Oh, my fingers are broken. Wow. Is it literally just setting it back to... Well, we'll still do that anyway. So there is no held object. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. Oh boy. Okay, I'll raise the counter there. That should do it, really. I should be able to Not station. I want the breadstick converter specifically. Did I get it to say it was making breadsticks before? Said a bunch of I can't accept this type. Okay. Let's see what it does now. I've broken something. Oh, I never told it to return. Oh no, wait, I wanted to return. There we go. Everything's good. Everything's good. Okay. Wunderbar. I've broken the picking up. Making breadsticks, hey. And I think, yeah, the player is currently not holding anything. So now I can pick something else up. Alrighty. So now let's handle actually taking the object away from the player instead of it just being away from the player in code. All right. Shwiggity schwaggity schwoogity. These things are true. I don't think I need the second one necessarily. Now that I've got everything set up to be... No, that shouldn't affect anything. We'll just leave it at this. Call this new parent. And then we'll say you. Why did I do that? Actually, I don't need that. If this does both, I don't need that. Oh, I want to transform then. There we go. Null is a transform, right? Close enough. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. I think all of these are specifically for... Yeah, I'll handle the rest of what happens with the object. Might have to have a generic way of handling that. If I give a station an object, I think more than likely it's going to destroy it. It might play an animation, I guess, of the object being put into the thing. And then it would destroy the object. And then the actual station itself would have an animation that includes the object that it would play. I feel like setting the parent isn't really something that the station needs to do. But it could be handy later. So I'm going to do it. We'll still do it. I don't need to do this, I need to do transform. So now it won't follow. Won't follow the player anymore if I do this, correct? E. Hey, look at that. Now it's a child of the station. It's not doing anything, but I don't have it anymore. That's all I care about. Whee! It still gets affected by drop? Hold on. Why? Oh no, this is another tangling of the pickup events, isn't it? I was trying to avoid working on that today, to be honest. I know I made that whole big list last time and it looked like it was moving somewhere. But I never reviewed my code with it. well... If I'm gonna destroy it anyway, maybe it won't matter. If I destroy it, will the event still be added to the queue? Or will the, sorry, will the method still be appended to the event? There's only one way to find out, I guess, but... I should probably also make sure that this is firing. Let's give this a double check before I go doing anything crazy. Okay, it does hit it. Good. It is setting its held object to null. I guess I should also... I can't particularly... I don't think I can detach the event. Well, I can't do it from player at the very least. I can probably do it from task object. Should I do that on change object parent? Doesn't seem like a thing. I don't think I can check what my current parent is. Currently it doesn't know what its parent is, it's just doing stuff. I could run on player dropped, but I don't want it to do the same things as on player dropped other than... Maybe I can't do it from here. I could just have anytime the parent changes, I need a reference to the player to remove that though. I was gonna say anytime the parent changes, I just remove any references to any. I remove all assignments that I've done to events, but how am I going to do that without getting references to everything that... I could make a current parent. I could make a current parent object. Or, sorry, a current parent, variable. Problem with that is I still have to detect what events it has had assigned to it. What events it has assigned to, rather. Because different objects are going to have different events, obviously. I think the main one's the player, but I still have to get access to the player and say, hey, unassign from these events. You're no longer part of the player. So that's going to be a big switch case, probably, or condition statement. I don't want to make a big conditional. That's gross. Alternatively, I could make individual functions that can be called by specific classes, such as change parent to station, change parent to player. Although changing parent to player, I think, that happens on enter, I think. No, that happens on pickup, so on player interaction is when that happens. But it still does it. Where did I put that function I just made? Set parent. Oh, change parent. There it is. Okay, maybe I do the vector scale. Why not? Just in case. What? Why is it an error? You have to tell me. You have to tell me why that's an error. Player does not contain a definition for transform. Oh, I thought it was going to give it to me based off the game object. It's done that for other components. Why not scripts? What do you mean game object doesn't contain... What? Am I not passing it a transform? No, it's definitely passing it a transform. I don't know why my tooltips are broken now. Game object doesn't contain a definition for transform. That's a lie. Is that what we're doing today? Is Visual Studio just lying to me? No. These are getting a little chunky. Oh, don't pin that. No, go away. Oh, I unpinned it. Don't do either. Just get rid of it. I don't want it to be there, and so it will not. Ah, game object. I see. We'll just give it the current position. Whatever its current position is. What do you mean game object doesn't contain a definition for position? Oh, the game object dot transform dot position. Which I don't even need game object. I can just do transform dot position. Is this because it's a capital T? That's because it's a capital T. That's why. Okay. Not lying, just wrong syntax. Hello, don't sleep. I'm not sleeping. Welcome, Zeloteki. I'm just resting my eyes. Yeah, that's the one. I also say that I'm thinking when I do that too, and then I fall asleep. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Forgot to warn you about them before they happened. Hello, Zorak. Welcome in. Do you how do? I wonder if there's a way for me to make that permanent. Well, I guess I could always print it out somewhere. There's not a sleep command. Is that the counter of how many times I've fallen asleep on stream? Today? It could very well be. So if you're wondering what I'm doing today, my task list shows that I am currently trying to get a station to accept an object into its hierarchy and then do something with it. Currently I'm trying to I've worked out the handshake sort of so that the parent changes and the player knows that the object has been taken from it, and it will clear the appropriate information for that. Actually, I wonder if I could The player can only hold one object at a time, so why? Ah, yes, I know what a station is. It's the cubes that spit out balls and breadsticks. That's what my stations are right now. Those things that I turn on auto that just starts vomiting objects while I'm not at the stream. Those are stations. So one of them makes balls, the other one makes breadsticks. However, I'm making it right now so that the one that makes balls, or the one that makes breadsticks, doesn't just make breadsticks. You have to give it a ball, and then it's gonna spit out a breadstick. The idea is that it will destroy the ball, and then it will spawn a breadstick after that. And there's going to be this whole like timer thing in between. It's like, oh, it takes time to make the dough, to make the breadstick. I was thinking of this balls as dough balls. In the grand scheme of things, a station's just going to be something that the player can do something at that isn't a task object. I need to talk to my buddy again about this. I had someone that was offering to help me out with some of this. My partner in crime back when I used to work at the old place. But I am kind of torn. I want him to help, but I also want to do a lot of this myself so that I can learn from it. And if I bring anybody else onto the project, then it's going to be less of a learning experience and more of a production thing. Because he already knows way more than I do about this. Personally, I think you can still learn. I think I can too, but I think it'll be less direct experience, I think, for the learning. Because the way that I learn and retain the information well is by experimenting. I have to try something, it doesn't work, and then I have to go do it. I have to go do it again. I have to be hands-on with it myself in order to actually learn it well. I can't just have someone tell me about it and then I'm like, yes, I understand that entirely now, completely. No, that doesn't work like that, unfortunately. It's probably remnants from my family, actually, where that I can't just listen to something. My long time partner in crime at the mutual place. I don't want to call him by his name, just in case he doesn't want his name floating around. Wait. Why is my... Where am I... Is my processing, like... That was me, that wasn't you. Okay, I don't know how to run that. Hope they're doing alright. Dual programming is a really good opportunity. It is, and like I agree with it. I just... I don't know if I'm going to be able to learn as well. But I do want them to be part of this project because it was our idea. It wasn't just mine. The heck is that? Hold on one second. What? Those aren't answers. Oh. Okay, that's weird. Interesting. Well, it's a good thing it's been suspended. That's really loud. Sorry about that. Zorak. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. I'm lowering it down now. Zorak, thank you for the sub. I guess that's a good point to test it. I think I set the volume of that at one point and forgot to lower it. Or I think at some point the volume got messed up for it and I forgot to test it again. So sorry. Hopefully the next instance will be a little bit quieter. You can learn things on your own, but man, you suck at motivation on your own. That's fair too, I guess. That's partially why I'm streaming. What I'm doing is so that I have at least the potential of other people seeing what I'm doing. So then it's not just me trying to do this. I just sit here with my head in my hands. I can make it a little bit more entertaining, which is nice for me. Although I do typically sit here with my head in my hands and not move anywhere. I learn more when I'm in a group class setting. It inspires healthy competition. I used to do well in class settings. But I think over time I got tired of it. About when I hit college, I was starting to burn out on school in general. No, it is called on. Why wasn't anything coming up when I did on? Maybe I didn't type on. Can I clear it? Or do I set it equal to null? Actually, hold on. Order of operations. I think I can still learn in a classroom environment. I'm not sure about healthy competition at the very. I guess so. If you're like separating into pods and handling tasks, yeah. But it also is a... I think the main important thing for me is everybody else is trying to learn, so I'm also trying to learn. Because everybody else is attempting to learn the thing that the class is about, I kind of feed off that energy, and I also then start to try to learn about the thing that we're talking about. I know that people wouldn't appreciate comedy in that moment. I know that people wouldn't appreciate distractions in that moment necessarily. Well, some might. But if it's a more professional setting, it's the same reason with when I was at work. I didn't want to get distracted for too long, because if I did, then I wasn't going to do any work. Like, anybody talking to me while I was trying to work causes me to not work because I want to focus on the conversation more. I want to hear what they're saying. I want to understand what they're saying. Good to be surrounded by like-minded. Yeah. When you're doing work, it's good to have the mentality of getting the work done. I can't be in an environment where I'm hanging out with my friends and do work. I can be with my friends and we're doing work, but we all have to have the attitude of doing work. And I need to be awake enough to actually pay attention to what's happening and not make mistakes. Okay, so this should disconnect the events. What have I done? Oh, this requires a position. Actually, why don't I just make this the default? Huh? No, it doesn't like that. Compile time constant. That's why I don't make it a default. You're alive? Welcome, Vanini. Welcome back. How was your snooze? Have you become snoozed? It was snoozeful? Excellent. This is good snooze. Okay, good. Good, yes. Yes, that's what I wanted. Fuck off. Fuck off. It's interesting that the E on the station still comes up even though I'm targeting this breadstick right now. I can't pick up the ball anymore. Why can't I pick up the ball? I think I've disabled that. The player doesn't recognize that as an object that it can pick up. It's because the collider is still off. That's why. Which it needs to remain off anyway. Players shouldn't be able to pick something up if they fed it into a machine. That doesn't make any sense. It's in the machine. How could they hold it? You wouldn't stick your arm in a meat grinder to get the meat out of it. You would stick your arm in the meat grinder to put the meat in it. You could as long as you unplug it. That's fair, I guess. but I mean like while it's running. Like you have recently fed meat into the meat grinder. Like you've just fed meat into the meat grinder. You wouldn't stick your arm in it to try to get the meat back out while it's running. Gravity. Gravity. Oh boy. Hubbity gubbity. Right. So we're gonna say station. Oh wait, hold on. I need to send the counter up. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe that's later. Broke? What's broke? Oh, the yawn counter is broken because you can just call it. But I haven't yawned 8 times this stream. Now it's wrong. Why would you do this? It can't actually tell when I yawn. Obviously. To see if you could. Yeah, of course you can. It just increments a variable, that's all it does. Hoping it would use a dictionary where the username was the key. No, well it's supposed to be, it's my yawns, so it only needs to track one user really. It's not tracking how many times the user yawns. That would be detrimental to my mental health. I could, like, I plan on doing user-specific things eventually, but I have to... I'm getting a phone call. Let me answer this real quick. I'll be right back. Boo. We've returned. I went ahead and heated up my tea while the ads were playing. Spooked. Scary. 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 Hope it was good news. It was. It was just my mom. She calls like once every other stream. It's fine. We just wanted to make some plans. We wanted dinner plans for a later date. Yeah, it is good news. It's been I'm probably going to see them twice this month because I think this month is also my brother's birthday. I know this month is my brother's birthday. I've got to get him a gift. I'm going to have to be stewing on that for a while. I'm terrible at giving gifts. I want to give gifts, but then I stress over like what it's going to be too much, I think. Because I don't want to give them something that they're not going to like, obviously. I don't want to give them something that they're not going to use. Although that usually ends up resulting in me just not having a gift. Or I'm scrambling at the last second to figure something out. What was I doing before the call? I think it was deleting the task object. I think I was deleting the task object. Let's do that. Oh, just to put it out there again, by the way, I do have this emote. This emote is new. That's angry. You can now be angry at me. Or in general. Ah. You didn't use a semicolon? You used tabs instead of spaces? I could absolutely turn it around and the sunglasses would work. I'm glad you did that, Panini. The sunglasses would fit perfectly, I think, if I just flipped it. But I've already drawn it. And I don't like flipping my art because then it looks weird. Although I should flip my art more. That's a good rule of thumb. Rule number 1, flip your art. Rule number 2, delete your art. So the station's gonna be the thing that's actually deleting. Specifically, at the moment, the breadstick converter is going to be deleting it. We're going to... I guess this comes back to the question of, does the station perform the destruction, or does the station tell the object to destroy itself? I think the station tells the object to destroy itself, because the object in question isn't the main... It's not the main object. The object that we're looking at right now that has the script on it isn't the head of the hierarchy. So we could destroy the object, it would remove functionality from the object, but it would visually still be there. So I think task object gets told to destroy itself. No. So we'll call this destroy task object. Can a task object destroy itself? We'll find out. It's also possible that I'm writing myself an impossible task. I'm pretty sure I've done this before, though. I don't think I need these anymore, actually. Let me go ahead and get rid of them. Destroy task object. Is it game object dot destroy? Is that what it is? Is somebody texting me? No. No. What's the destroy function? Where's that? Unity. Destroy. Object dot destroy. So it be main object. Well, it should just have game object derives from object, so why doesn't it just have it? Unless I did just mess that up. Hold on. Object dot destroy. No. Main object is of type game object, I think. Yeah, okay, so it's not that. Is it just destroy? Oh, I do just call destroy. That's all it is. Now, hold on. Is this recursive? Does it destroy its children? It destroys the game object, all its components, and all transformed children of the game object. Actual object destruction is always delayed until after the current update loop, but is always done before rendering. Okay. Thank you, Panini. Sorry, I was looking at the documentation. You had to destroy the balls yesterday? Okay. I think I knew that it was destroy and that it... I guess I knew that it took a game object, but I thought that it was a situation of, like, you could do a dot, and it would accept that as the first parameter, basically. It's been a while. I can't believe you destroyed your balls. How are you gonna win if there are none? They fell? Oh, okay. I see. They get destroyed when they drop. It's like a kill plane under them. Balls. Seems to be working so far. I don't know if... I'm gonna spam E here. Okay, there's no problem there. Good. At least not right now. Not initially. I have a feeling that, like, unfinished frame could potentially cause some problems way down the line when networking becomes involved. But hopefully it won't. I could always do destroy immediate, I guess. But I don't think I want it to be destroyed immediately. At least not yet. Once I figure out animations and whatnot, I can put a timer on it for it to be delay destroyed. I gotta remember what I was doing in Uru for tomorrow. It's been an entire 12 hours worth of Riven. I don't remember what I was doing. I think I was trying to figure out what I was doing, actually. That's gonna be fun to figure. I'm coming up on the end of the Mist series. I still haven't decided whether I want to do Uru live, get a taste of Uru live, and then come back for Mist 5, or if I want to do Mist 5 and then go into Uru after that. I could do that. Then I get a little break from Uru, get something fresh, and then I can, as my final hurrah, I'm handling a live service game. Final send-off for the series. I think that sounds good, actually. I don't know why. I think I'm making this a separate function. Bread making separate function. I want to make... I think I played around with the idea of a utility class earlier that I could use. That sort of is a one-stop shop for creating task objects. Basically, give it a position, I guess, that you want it to create the task object at, and then it does that in world space. Do I have it? No, station. I guess it makes sense that I'm doing it in here since it'll only work for this one, because otherwise it's not overwriting the base. Space. Why are there two semicolons here? And how is that working? I guess it just terminates on the first one and never makes it to the second one. I need to figure out how to modify. I tried doing a modify the position. I never finished my sentence. Because I tried doing a scale on the forward vector at one point, and it didn't like it. So... although, I think I did that on the player, and the player moves and rotates. So I think forward was getting confused. Like it was confused where forward was. Space Jam DVD, 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 Space Jam DVD. It doesn't have reference to the prefab. Prefab. I don't need it to have a parent. Its parent is going to be null. I don't care about its position, or its rotation, rather. I do semi-care about its position, though. Because position. I don't want that to be... That's the overload that I need right there. Should I call that orientation? We'll just call it rotation. I feel like that's more applicable. I think I like to call it orientation, but I feel like that might get lost in the sauce. The sauce being the spaghetti that I'm writing right now, which isn't the sauce, you might notice. That's pasta. Spaghetti is the sauce. We've confirmed it. Either that or spaghetti sauce is just pasta. I think further research is required on that one, though. I better stop talking before we get into the soup salad discussion. Soup salad sandwich. Okay. I'm going to temporarily make a... we're going to do a game object, and it's going to be a prefab. We'll just make it public for right now. If I go do my... It does have starch in it. Oh no. We're going to make this public for right now, and I think I will try my utility class idea that I was thinking about. So this will just be temporary. I think this will go away in a second. Why am I writing something that I'll get rid of? Because I don't want to make an entire class. That's why. Especially if this doesn't work. What a scoundrel I am. There we go. The cubed rule. I'm not sure what the cubed rule is. I know what the square cubed law is. But that's like that's a physics thing, I think. Let's turn balls into bread. It's a food thing. The cubed rule is a food thing. I never assigned you the prefab. I'm so smart. Firing on all cylinders at 4:30 in the afternoon. Although I guess it hasn't been that long of a stream today. Breadstick! We did the thing! Shit, I launched that one. Oh, jeez. Have I broken picking things up yet? I did! Nice. Everything's ruined. That's something I haven't fixed yet. I'll get to that eventually. Right now I just want things to semi-function. Just like a semi-truck. My brain's running out of air. I talk too fast. What is the cubed rule, Vanini? Is it related to measurements? Or like portioning? And you'll notice. Okay, let's try that utility class out. I have to make it in here. Well, I guess I don't have to make it in here. It's easier to make it in here though. I think I've got a utility folder. Yeah. Task object spawner. We'll call it, actually, we'll call it task object. It's not a spawner itself. Is this a utility class? Or is this a task object related class now? Because I do have task objects as a folder for scripts. I think this might go in there instead. This isn't utility. Well, now it's global. I missed the folder, and now I have to wait. Let me close Clip Studio. I think we're done with this. I don't know what the tasks that it's going to perform yet are. So yeah, I think we're done with this. And it's eating up a lot of my memory right now. My memory. Space Jam DVD. Space Jam DVD. Well, that's not the script. Did it go in here? No, it did not. I don't know where it is. What happened to it? How did it get into station? I don't like that. That's some witchcraft. Either that or I just wasn't paying attention to where I put it, which is entirely possible. Bink. I think I think want to rename this spawn utility though. Why don't you like a capital U's Unity? I mean Visual Studio. Kill. Alright, let's take Deploy Converter. I'm just going to have this be where these live. That is where these prefabs shall reside. Should something want to access them, it can do so from this point. One-stop shop for making bread. Which looks like there's ads coming in about 25 seconds for those of you that may have them. Instantiate doesn't exist in the current context. Why not? Should just need the Unity engine, right? It has the Unity engine. Feel free to mute your browser. For a minute and a half. Oh, it's already started. Oh well. You'll never know the time limit. You're living in a state of unknowing. Why doesn't instantiate exist? Hold on, wait, can I, control period this? Oh. Flip it dip. It's gotta be a mono behavior for that, doesn't it? Yeah. What if I just never... It inherits from mono behavior, but I guess there's nothing saying I have to put it on an object. Maybe I should figure out another way for instantiation to work. Can't... I don't think I can do mono behavior. Dot instantiate. Game object dot instantiate. I think it's because it needs a reference to object that it's doing that. So yeah, I guess I have to make it a mono behavior. Oh, that sucks. Still, I guess there's something saying that it has to be... There might be something saying that it has to be on an object. Which, I guess if that's the case, I can make an empty dummy object that's just spawns in the scene. It's just somewhere in the scene. Doesn't matter where. I could give it the point of maybe the center of the level that we're playing with, but if I'm going to be placing things into the world based on the world position that gets passed in, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it's at. And since this is a public class, I should be able to just grab it, I think. Although, I'd like to make it a singleton, maybe? Is there a singleton class? No. Kind of, but not really. Not one that I can inherit from, I don't think. Visual scripting is not my cup of tea. And I don't have a singleton script. Not yet. A mono behavior you are for now. I think it doesn't matter if it's a singleton. I could make it I could make a singleton that is also a mono behavior, I guess, at some point, but for right now, I don't care about that, I don't think. Should I? Maybe. Will I? No. You can't make me. I'm above the law. Huh. No. Can I? No, I can't. I can do a find in scene. Here, Malone's this might actually be something that I'll put in. Having a singleton will be handy. I think I'll do that later. Maybe I can do it today. I've never made a singleton class before, so that'd be interesting to figure out how to handle. Then I can just make them whenever I want. Or, in the more likely scenario, I can just use that one that I've made over and over again. And never make one ever again. I don't think I've backed up my repo in a while. I should probably push. I completely forgot about that. I'm managing my own repo and I can't even figure out how to manage it. I didn't actually give this a type. Source control? What's that? Exactly. It's not real. It can't hurt you. I've committed an earlier version of this to source control, but it's not... I think the last time I did it, I was working on the player. Like the movement of the player. I think I was fiddling around with trying to figure out how to fine-tune things and make the physics more physicky, but that was an exhausting process that I don't think I ever really found the solution to. So I'm just currently going with what I have, and I'll fine-tune it later when I get a chance. But that was like a month ago, I think. Maybe 3 weeks. Huh? Oh, that's the wrong... I understand. It's like an integer? Crazy, man. Inaccessible due to its... Hold on, I made it private? I did make it private. I copied it over and it was private. That's what happened. Wonderful. And then it'll make the breadsticks. And I only ever have to put in... Now I have to put in 2 of these, I think, actually. Oh no, I don't have to apply this because it'll just find it. That's OBS, that is not Unity. Same colors. Let's just make it empty. Slap that in there. There's the breadstick prefab. Can't punch myself in the cheeks. Up my face. Yay! It worked. Good. That's what I like to say. Say! Perfectly counterweighted. Balls. I'm still holding a ball. Did I just insert a breadstick into it? Okay, no, I didn't. Did I pick up more than one ball? What happened? Balls. It's so easy to push these things around when I have something that's kinematic. Because it just ignores the physics. Okay, that's working fine. Now, what did I do before? I thought I pressed E like as soon as I entered. Doesn't seem to be the case though. No, it's still just spawning them normally. Look at all these breadsticks I'm making. Wow. Wow. This is just a dummy right here. A little slippery there. Balls. Alright. Well, despite my best efforts, I couldn't get it to happen twice. It's probably still a problem. It might be an issue with Destroy Immediate. Or rather, lack thereof Destroy Immediate. Since I'm using just a regular Destroy. Maybe I should Destroy Immediate instead. I don't think I necessarily care for it to go to the next frame. Would I... that might have been that split second interval that I thought about earlier. Where it could fail to perform the destroy. Because it didn't destroy it. That might also explain why I haven't reproduced it with all the interactions that I just did, because it's frame perfect. And it's not non-deterministic. I don't know when it's gonna happen because I don't know. I can't think specifically in frames that fast. I can pull it apart and look at it in a big paper construct. Open the graph and be like, oh yeah, I see what happened. I'm naming all of these things breadstick and ball, and it's not what they're going to be in the end. Terrible idea. Who let me do this? Me. I did. It's a trick question. Hold on. Objects. I feel like it would be redundant to feed something that it has back into it as an argument. Yeah, this will be fine. You live here now. This is where you stay. I could make one that spawns players. Or I could make a test station that spawns more test stations. The world is unlimited now. Test station that spawns test stations that spawn test stations that spawn test stations that spawn test stations. Gestations. We'll put that at the top so that it can get accessed really quickly and it doesn't have to search through the entire array. I don't exactly know how find object of type does its searching. I assume it's either a linear search or it's some sort of like divide and conquer. Do I know for a fact that it's one of those? No. I may not be smart. Okay, well that utility wasn't that bad. Maybe I can go about making a monobehavior singleton? Let's see if I can make a singleton. How do you make singleton? Singletons in Unity done right. I don't want it specifically to be Unity. Well, I guess I do in this case because I'm trying to make it a singleton mono-behavior based class. I guess I could make it a static class, but then it can't be mono-behavior. Yeah, I think I need it to be a singleton. A singleton is a static self-reference that exists inside of a non-static script that allows other scripts to access an instance of something important, such as a player, the game manager. Player can't be singleton if I'm gonna have this be multiplayer, though. Obviously. I just want to make the class. Don't explain singletons to me. I know what a singleton does. Oh, make the singleton class and then have a static variable that gets the instance. It's a good point. Okay, let's give it a shot. I'll drop this under utility. Awake! Oh, I have to. Is based on mono behavior. I want a public static singleton instance, and that's going to return, well, I guess I have to make it a, yeah, get private set. That'll be fine. And then I do on awake. This is a private. Awake gets called before start for the uninitiated. I think it also gets called when an object is instantiated. But start also gets called when an object is instantiated. If I remember correctly. At least. I might be a silly man. Oh wait, no, I need the internet. Alright, so on awake. If instance is not equal to null and instance is not equal to this. If there's an instance and it's not me, delete myself. Okay, so they do not that. Instance is not equal to null and instance does not equal to this. Destroy this. So this is if I make a second one, it will check that if another one exists, and if it does, it'll destroy itself. That doesn't prevent me from creating objects that have more than one, but it prevents them from there being more than one at runtime. So it's not, I guess, a true singleton. because at compile time there can exist multiple objects that have them. Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me. What's bad about singletons? They can make it difficult to manage your project as it gets bigger. Make your project harder to change, more difficult to extend, and can cause problems with testing. But I mean, if there's only one of them, you know where to look. One of the biggest risks with singletons is, by design, the very thing that makes it convenient in the first place: global access. Allowing every script access to a game manager singleton can be extremely useful, but it could also be a problem. That's fair, I guess. I plan to use it on things I think that should be accessible globally, like this. For the most part, I want things to be able to access this. It's a utility. Although I guess it's more of a handler than it is an utility. That happened a lot faster than I thought it was going to. Space Jam DVD, Space Jam DVD. Yep, spawning works. Alright. Good to know. Give me bread. Oh, I wanted to do it from the top. Top rope! No, it's too far. Kinematic bodies are... Oh boy. I've broken it. Wait, hold on. Did that happen because I entered and exited? Maybe if I enter and exit too many times with the ball, it breaks it. Let's give that a shot real quick. No, it's not doing anything. Did I pass through a breadstick? Or another ball, maybe? I've got 2 of them. There we go. Doesn't seem to be rapid entrance and exit. Unless I'm doing it too fast, maybe. Where did that come from? Oh, I've broken my being able to pick things up. I can't do it. I can't do it no more. Alright, that's the end of that, I guess. Excuse me. Yes. Okay, I don't need this anymore, I don't think. I should be able to completely get rid of this. This is actually testing the singleton, which apparently I didn't do because I forgot that, how singletons work. No? Not a fan? Oh. Wait. Why is this doing not? Why is this not giving its child? But station is. Station's giving a method that is in its child when I access it. Here I'm trying to access task object spawn utilities instance, which is a singleton mono behavior technically, but this must be referring to its parent, I guess. That's not quite right. I want it to be inheritable. No, this is the opposite of what I wanted. Can you access a child's parent reference? Will there be an object creation of parent class if we create an object of child? So will only be one object created which will inherit properties of its parent classes, which can be referenced through the parent's references as well. An instance of a child class is also an object of an instance of the parent class. Okay, so why doesn't it recognize that it's got extra functions, extra methods that it could use, but it don't? Dun 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 dun. Make breed. Name can't be simplified. Don't you sass me. Name shouldn't be able to be simplified. I definitely don't want it to be this instance. Um, this is quite a pickle. Trying to have an abstract singleton class that has a singleton functionality, plus a little extra functionality. I want any of its child classes to inherit the singleton functionality without rewriting the code, and also the rest of the functionality which is dependent on the generic type. I mean, mine's not abstract, I guess. Maybe it should be? Abstract means it's specifically made to be inherited, if I remember correctly. The abstract modifier indicates that the thing being modified has missing or incomplete implementation. Abstract modifiers can be used with classes, methods, properties, indexers, and events. Use it in a class declaration to indicate that the class is intended to only be the base class of other classes, not instantiated on its own. I mean, I guess technically this is an abstract class. I only want things to inherit from it. But that's not going to help my situation. My present situation. Excuse me. Let's add another one. Hey, we've hit 10 yawns today in the last 5 hours. How long have I been streaming for? Oh, it's nearly been 6 hours, I guess. It's nearly 6 o'clock in the PM. Don't do singletons ever. Alright. Alright, buddy. Is it because of their rigidity that this person doesn't want to do singletons? Or doesn't want them to do singletons, rather? I think they're okay in the situation that I have. They will work for the situation that I have. At the very least. But they don't elaborate. They just say don't. Why? Oh, or use lazy instead. Actually, I do remember the lazy class being a thing. Hold on. Is that a C# thing, or is that a... Oh, it is a C# thing. It's a .NET thing. .NET. Provides support for lazy initialization. Thanks, Microsoft. What the hell does that mean? The example defines a large object class that will be initialized lazily by one of several threads. The 4 key sections of code illustrate the creation of the initializer, the factory method, the actual initialization, and the constructor of the large object class. by one. Does lazy mean that it like multi-threads it? Or sorry, not multi-threads, but it gives it a thread to work on. That is its thread. That sounds a bit expensive for what I'm doing with it, though. Yeah, it appears to be directly tied to threading. Hang on, let me see if I can find a layman's explanation of this. Initialize class with action that builds or gets a lazy loaded value, and when value is asked, then run the action if lazy loading has not happened yet. They keep talking about lazy loading. I feel like I've heard that lazy is supposed to be more of an actual singleton. But I mean, I think it works out in this scenario. Why not to use singletons? Singletong. Let's see, paraphrased. They are generally used as a global instance. Why is it so bad? Because you hide the dependencies of your application in your code instead of exposing them to the interfaces. Making something global to avoid passing it around is a code smell. I don't know if I'm making it global to avoid passing it around. Well, no, I think it's global so that I can have multiple things access one point that does the same thing for all of them. I don't think that is a bad idea. And I don't think that I'm avoiding passing things around with it. I mean, I guess I could give every class an individual reference to all of the prefabs, but why would I do that? That doesn't make any sense. Plus, that also sounds really tedious, and I'm too lazy to do that. They violate the single responsibility principle by virtue of the fact that they can control their own creation and life cycle. Single responsibility principle is a computer programming principle that states that a module should be responsible to one and only one actor. The term actor refers to a group consisting of one or more stakeholders or users that requires a change in the module. A class should only have only one reason to change, because confusion around the word reason. He later clarified his meaning in a blog post. Okay, that's not important right now. Another wording for the single responsibility principle is gather together the things that change for the same reasons. Separate those things that change for different reasons. Yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. Third reason. They inherently cause code to be tightly coupled. This makes faking them out under tests rather difficult in many cases. I concede that, I guess. If I have a singleton object, then I can't create another instance of that object that I want to be modified to do specific things. But this is just a spawner. This is a spawner that I want only one of them to be around. They carry state around for the lifetime of the application. Another hit to testing, since you can end up with situations where the test needs to be ordered, which is a big no-no for unit testing. Why? Because each unit test should be independent from each other. Okay, I can't say whether it's going to affect testing, but I still don't see... I don't think that a singleton here is a bad idea. I'm still unconvinced. And I still have a problem of the instance not being the child, but the parent. I'm sorry, the other way around. I have a problem with currently the parent is what's being returned, but I need the child. I think I said that in reverse the first time. I'm not sure though. This person's using find object of type, which I don't think is a good idea if I'm going to have children. It seems like this person's doing the exact same thing that I have for my singleton. Except it's not abstract, I guess. Which seems a little bit gross. Although they've also made theirs generic. Singleton T, where T inherits from monobehavior, where T is also monobehavior. Strange. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's happening here. I can probably just go back to my old non-singleton way of handling this. I don't think that's a terrible idea. And then I can just have station instead of making this a singleton, I can just have station pull in the reference. So then everything that is a child of station has a reference to this object. And I won't have this weird method of trying to make sure that there's only one of them. Because I don't think anything besides the station will use this. If it happens to come up in the future, I can try to do the singleton method again. But for now, I know it's also a bit... It might leave it inflexible, or it might leave it flexible, too flexible, if I just have it be a mono behavior, because I only want one of these to exist. Heck, I kind of really didn't want it to be a mono behavior, but I need it to be a mono behavior so that it can be in the scene and create things. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's add a little reference for it. This one should be private, I think, actually. But it's still serialized. We'll put it up here. Oh wait, hold on. This one's... I think I might try to use this for my idling. I want to make something. I've got something in mind. Oh, if I flip it around the other way, it'd be really funny to have an infinite loop of them. I think where one spawns balls, and they immediately, upon entering the collider for the breadstick spawner, they immediately convert into breadsticks, and then the breadsticks will roll over to the ball maker, and it'll as soon as they collide with it, they'll immediately turn into balls. So then I can just set up like a couple objects and roll them. Like set up a couple balls, roll them towards the breadstick maker, and it'll start spitting out breadsticks, and then it'll just be an infinite loop between both of the between both of the machines. And we'll call this task object spawn handler. And as far as I know, stations should be the only thing to handle this. Although I did have a few scenarios where that might not be the case. I don't see necessarily a problem with creating a reference to this in another class, though. I can make references in multiple classes, that's fine. Having it be global just made it easier. Oh, I've still got problems. Then we still have a problem. Oh, I made it private. Ha! I'm silly. Me thinking the child class wouldn't need to access it. Let's put this back up here where I had it. Alright, now you're just messing with me. Taste object. There we go. Now we have a reference to it that is specific to the station. Will appear in every child's class. They have access to it. They can do whatever individual fancy spawning they need to, but everything spawning can live here. And I don't have to make multiple references to the prefabs. Or make multiple overloads, I guess, multiple functions for actually spawning these things. Speaking of which, where's the ball converter? The ball producer. I can tell you... Actually, I could just do this instead. Let's not do it in the ball producer. I don't know what I changed. Oh, I got rid of a spacebar. Or tab. Oh, that's not as flexible though if it's not in the base. I could override or override, yeah. The on-player interaction and have it instead spit out balls specifically for the ball producer. However, it's already got this generic one that just detects what it can spawn and then does that. I think I have spawnable object be a thing. Oh no, that's something that you set in the scene. You set the spawnable object in the scene. So I'm allowing it to do that. Well, I think my task is done for the most part. I'm kind of just coming up with things I can do to freshen it up. I think the base task is done though. I'm sure that there's something I could do to clean it up a little bit more. Handshake seems to be okay. Have we had an ad break recently and I just haven't been seeing the... there's one coming up still, actually. It's pretty close. I fear I've been missing them. I need to warn the populace about Jeff Bezos. There we are. Full of water. I am. Speaking of which, I'll be right back. Oh. Alright. I know ads just happened. I was waiting for them to go away. I sat back down and there was like 2 seconds before they started and I was like, well, okay. I guess I'm just here for a second. I want to double check this handshake just to see if there's not something better that I can do with it at the moment. If I can't think of anything, I'm already technically done with the task for the day. I think that's probably the last thing I'm going to try to implement. I could try to do the funny automatic pickup so I could make the loop. I've got pizza waiting for me for tonight too. It's already been made. It's old now. I'm on a pizza kick recently. I've decided to make 2 thinner pizzas. 2 smaller pizzas. Hopefully A, to cut down on portion. And B, to make it last longer. I have the give function still in mind, but I'm not sure that the give is going to exactly work. Still. Especially with the way that I'm currently handling things. So we're gonna get rid of give. Supposedly I don't need this because grabbing the parent should give me the child with the way that I'm doing this. Until I see further evidence of that not working, I'm gonna leave this here in the meantime in case I see evidence of that not being true anymore. I haven't been used to that happening in the past, and my singleton certainly didn't seem to want to handle it that way. So I'm not sure what's happening here. Coding by coincidence, as far as I understand, isn't a good idea. So we're gonna leave this up as a failsafe for right now. Although I think this needs to be here. Yeah, I think that's the best I can do for right now. I don't think my brain's gonna be working well enough to come up with an alternative at the moment either. I think I'd need to come at this with fresh eyes. Yeah, probably so. Alright. I think that'll do it for today. I know it was a bit of a shorter stream today, but 6 hours is still a pretty good amount of time, I think. And I really don't want to burn out again. I think the difference here is that I've actually finished my task for the day. I need to give myself smaller tasks so that I know that I can complete them during a day's time. I think I've been giving myself some larger tasks that I wasn't able to complete. And that caused me to lose confidence a little bit. So I think I'm going to break this up into smaller parts in the future. Speaking of which, in the future, Wednesday. What's wrong? I'm ending, I think, soon. The problem that I was talking about just now was I think I had been giving myself tasks that were in hindsight too large because I didn't realize how many parts they were made up of. So I think I'm going to give myself 1 to 2 kind of smaller tasks to tackle per stream. And if I finish those, then I can try to come up with 1 to 2 other smaller tasks instead of having big tasks. 1 to 2 larger tasks, rather. Just because I think it was starting to hurt my ego a bit that I didn't finish my tasks during a stream. I think also better planning before I write the task into the stream and start the stream is probably a good idea. So then I can have a better idea of what I'm going to need to accomplish. Do a little bit of planning beforehand, have some foresight. No matter the tasks, I believe in you. Thank you, Vanini. Sometimes my brain's just not in a space to figure them out within a 10-hour, 8-hour period. How long do I stream for? Yeah, it's like an 8.5-hour period. 8-hour period-ish. Because I don't take full hour lunches most of the time. And I didn't take a lunch during this stream because I started at like 11:45. Anyway. Let's see who's online. Maybe I can raid somebody. I'll be back tomorrow for Uru, part of the Mist series. If you're a new Uru, it's fine. I'll be leaving soon. You don't have to deal with me much longer. There's links. I think they're actually just a short hop skip above. If you're not following, that's appreciated. If you do. Oh, I forgot that I had Snake Discovery. Oh, Steve's online today. Wonder what he's doing. What's he up to right now? Oh, that's right. It doesn't actually let me view other people's streams. That's pretty neat. Oh, and Teru's on. What's she doing? Anomaly exit. I think we'll go raid Steve. Let's go say hi to Steve. He's doing art. He does his normal fancy high quality sketches. He's so good. Looks like he's currently sketching a drow in plate armor with some red. I don't want to call it it's not a surcoat. It's I guess it could be a tabard. Anyway. The red sticks out right now. I don't know if he plans to color the rest of it or if he plans to have it be like a Sin City kind of thing, where it's all black and white except for certain parts. Let me go ahead and, before I forget, there are raid messages. I'd appreciate it if people stuck around for the raid. It's not fun to raid with like one person. And if you feel so inclined, drop the raid message in the chat just to show that you're around. There is one available for subscribers and non-subscribers, so that everyone can participate. It's a simple message. Don't have to think about it too hard. And I appreciate everybody for sticking around. I don't know. Oh, I haven't actually hit the raid button, have I? Oh, yes, I did. That was my mistake. Oopsies. That was a bit abrupt. Well, can't win them all, I guess. I hope people had enough time to copy the raid message.
I get to call Xfinity today. I get to call my internet service provider.
He's loud.
I get to call my ISP.
All right. Well, if you didn't get raided, hi and bye.
It wasn't $40, it's like $60. My bill was